All right, Brown Swiss exhibitors, we are ready to begin our Brown Swiss show. So it is noon. Bring your critters in the west side, and we will be showing on the west side of Cooper Arena. Also, any dairy exhibitors, if you're needing papers or dismissals, please, you will have to come to the show arena. All the paperwork will be in here, but please go around the building so that you don't disrupt the Brown Swiss show. Let's start the day off with some introductions. I'd like to introduce our judge today, Molly Sloan. Molly lives in Lake Mills, Wisconsin, with her husband, Matt, and their two kids, Dane and Claire. Molly has owned and worked with many elite show animals, including several All-American Holstein, Red and White Holstein, and Jersey nominations. Today, she owns and boards a small herd of elite genetic heifers. Molly spent 20 years working for the Urus Group, a dairy and beef holding company known for its family of organizations including Alta, GenX Peak, Jetstream, SCCL, Transova, and VAS. She's traveled to 18 countries and throughout the U.S. to speak about and implement dairy genetic programs and trainings. During her previous work in sales and consulting with Alta, she was responsible for genetic advice and breeding decisions that impacted thousands of cows throughout the world. Molly's judged major shows in 23 states throughout the U.S. and been lead judge 3 times at World Dairy Expo, where she judged the 21 International Guernsey Show, the 2016 International Ayrshire Show, and the 2014 International Junior Holstein Show. She's judged several major state and national Holstein shows, including the 23 Midwest National Spring Holstein Show, 22 Northeast Fall National, and the 13 Southern National, the 2018 Premier National Junior Holstein Show, and 2014 Midwest National Red and White Spring Show. Molly has also judged internationally at shows in Australia, Brazil, Canada, France, Mexico, Peru, South Korea, Switzerland, and the UK, including the 24 Swiss Expo and Jersey Show, the 22 UK Dairy Expo Holstein Show, and the 15 National Canadian 4-H Classic at the Royal. She has also been on numerous All-American and All-Canadian judges panels for all 6 breeds. Let's welcome our judge, Molly Sloan. Also assisting today is our Brown Swiss Queen, Claire Linden. Claire is 17 years old and a senior at Elyria Catholic High School. She lives on her family farm in North Ridgeville, where they raise registered Brown Swiss dairy cows and Brown Swiss dairy steers. Her love of dairy came from showing Holstein heifers from her grandparents' farm at the local county fair. She eventually fell in love with the Brown Swiss breed and purchased her first heifer. Her herd now consists of 20 cows and heifers. She can't wait to meet new Brown Swiss exhibitors and make new connections in the Brown Swiss industry. Let's welcome our queen, Claire Linden. And our Brown Swiss princess is Sarah Bach. She is 14 years old and will be a freshman at Fairview High School. Sarah's active in basketball, track, and softball. She's also involved in 4-H and FFA. She lives on her grandparents' dairy farm where they have around 400 Jersey cows and milk 30 Brown Swiss. Let's welcome Sarah to our show today. In our spring heifer calf class, second is entry 496, Claire Linden with KCL Foremost Sapphire, and winning the class 498, Jeffrey Saltzman with NAP Timeout Oracle. Judge Sloan.
Well, good afternoon. I first want to thank everyone here at the Ohio State Fair and the breeders and exhibitors for this opportunity. Just a tremendous class to start our show this afternoon. The calf that starts the class, for me, she's a handy winner. She's a heifer that sorts herself to the top for her beautiful combination of dairiness and strength. A heifer that uses that distinct advantage in the width to her chest, the spring and openness to her rib, and especially the depth to her rib to place over a really stylish heifer in second. The second calf over the one in third, she's just so much longer from end to end. She's a heifer with more openness to her rib, more length and stretch to her profile than a really well-made calf that follows in third. The third place heifer, I just want a bit more of her to move her up in the class today, but one that will continue to develop well. She goes over the short-aged heifer in fourth, predominantly in the front end. I just prefer the way she knits behind the shoulder and has more strength up behind the withers and crops than the April calf that follows out in fourth. But finally, fourth over fifth, it is on her styleness and femininity all the way through. Congratulations.
Thank you, Judge Sloan. Placings in your spring calf class, entry 49 was 12th, 490 11th, 491 was 4th, 492 7th, 493 10th, 494 9th, 495 5th, 496 was second in the class, Claire Linden with KCL Foremost Sapphire. 497 was third, and 498 was the winner of the class, Jeffrey Saltzman with NAP Timeout Oracle. 499 was sixth, and 500 was eighth. Now showing our winner calves of our Brown Swiss show. In the winter calf class of our Brown Swiss show, second is entry 506, Emma Britton with Blessing Garbro F. Purity, and winning in class, entry 504, Delbert and Heather Yoder with Brook Hollow Iconic Honey. Judge Sloan.
Well, what an outstanding group of winter brown Swiss calves, just quality all the way down the line. And when we get to the top of the class, these first couple heifers just overwhelm the group with their style, their balance, and angularity. The heifer that starts the class, for me, she does so on her dairiness and her strength. She's a heifer that goes over the 1 and second on the spring to her forerib, the length from her head to her tail, and the stretchiness all the way through her frame, then an extremely balanced calf that follows in second. The second heifer, she's so complete, a heifer I just love as well. She's so balanced all the way through and sharp and silky. Just gives up a bit in the length to her frame to get above the heifer at the top of the class for me today. But it is her sharpness all the way through, especially the way she's more prominent about her hooks and pins. She's silkier and flatter in her thigh to go over an extremely long-framed heifer as well in third. The third heifer over the 1 and fourth, it's primarily in the way she blends in the front end. She connects smoother from her neck to her shoulder and her shoulder into her barrel, being especially fuller in her crops than the calf ear that follows in fourth. And then fourth over fifth, the heifer again that just shows so much more spring to her fore and her rear rib. She's also a heifer that's deeper all the way back through that flank region than a really well-made balanced calf that follows in fifth. And then fifth over sixth, the heifer that I feel just shows me more correctness in her feet and legs. She has a bit less set to her hock. She's also a bit fuller behind those crops and deeper all the way through her rear rib than a really tall, stretchy heifer that follows out next. Congratulations.
Thank you, Judge Sloan. In your programs, 501 was 10th, 502 18th, 503 12th, 504 was the winner of the class, Delbert and Heather Yoder with Brook Hollow Iconic Honey. 505 was 17th. 506 was second, Emma Britton with Blessing Garbro F. Purity. 507 was 14th. 508 was third. 509 16th. 510 was scratched. 511 was fourth. 512 was 19th. 513 was 8th. 514 6th. 515 was 15th, 516 7th, 17 was 11th, 518 was 13th, 519 was 9th, and 520 was 5th in the class. Now showing our fall calves of our Brown Swiss show. In our fall calf class, second is entry 526, Emma Britton with Alpha Creek Crazy Horse, Hera, and winning the class entry 533, Sheets, Liming, and Kishman with State Line KS Avocado. Judge Sloan.
Well, again, a tremendous group of heifers all the way down the line. You'd love to own any one of these individuals. But the top of this class, again, gets quite competitive. And the heifer that starts the class, she's just an extremely stylish heifer that's so complete and extremely correct all the way through. A heifer that you love for the length of her frame, the width to her chest, and the correctness to those feet and legs. She goes over the heifer in second. For me today, it is on the length to her frame. When you get these two heifers out here side by side, she's just so much longer in her neck. She's longer all the way from her nose to her tail and just stretchier all the way through. I also feel she's just a bit cleaner all the way through as well than an extremely well-made calf in second. The second heifer just spells balance to me. There's times I just want to win with this calf, but then you get her next to the one at the top of the class, and again, giving the first one the nod today on that length to her frame. But it is the balance, the blending of parts, and the spring to the forerib that takes that heifer in second over the one in third. When you get behind them, she's got so much more width to her chest, spring to her barrel, and she carries that width back to her pins. Third goes over fourth, again, a heifer that I feel is just more feminine. She's cut sharper over her withers and chine. She's more prominent, a bit wider in her pin bones as well than the heifer here in fourth. Fourth over fifth, a heifer that just shows me more of her. She's got more spring, more openness to her rib than another really well-balanced heifer here in fifth. And then finally, fifth over sixth, the heifer that shows me more depth to her forerib, depth back through that flank. And when you get them out here on the move, she also moves with more flex and mobility to her hocks than a really stylish heifer that follows out in sixth. Again, a great group all the way through. Congratulations.
Thank you, Judge Sloan. In the fall calf class, entry 521, 7th. 522 13th, 523's 4th, 524 14th, 525's 9th. 526 was second in the class, Emma Britton with Alpha Creek Crazy Horse Hera. 527 was scratched, 528 was 8th, 529 was scratched, 530 was 3rd, 531's 15th, 532 10th, and 533 was the winner of the class, Sheets, Liming, and Kishman with State Line KS Avocado. 534 was 6th, 535 5th, 536 12th, and 537 11th. Now showing our Summer Yearling Brown Swiss. In the summer yearling class for our Brown Swiss show, second place is entry 540, Brown Velvet and State Line Swiss with Hills Valley Prince Pointer. And winning the class, entry 545, Emma Britton with Altview Diego Eldora. Judge Sloan.
In our yearling class here, just a tremendous heifer to start the class, a heifer that I feel sorts herself to the top quite logically for me today in her tremendous dairiness, her balance, her correctness of parts all the way through. When she gets in the lineup, you appreciate how much cleaner she is all through her thigh region to go over the heifer that follows in second. The first heifer is just crisper, more dairy all the way through, and she carries that dairiness and cleanliness all the way down to a cleaner and flatter hock to go over the heifer here that follows in second. Second goes over third. For me, it's primarily her thurl placement. I feel that thurl is just placed more squarely beneath her rump structure. She gives me a bit less set to her hock, a bit more levelness to her rump than the really long-framed heifer here that follows in third. Third goes over fourth. When you get them in the lineup, you just realize how much more heifer there really is here. She's fuller through her fore ribs. She's got more expansiveness all the way through that rib structure, and she is especially wider in her front feet placement when she gets out here in the lineup and on the move. The fourth heifer is a really balanced heifer, one I really admire for that flatness of bone, and I give her the advantage over the heifer in fifth on having more depth to her heart. She's deeper through her barrel and deeper all the way back through that flank than the heifer that follows out next. Then in the next couple pair of heifers here, giving the edge on just the way that she has a bit less set to her hock on the heifer in fifth over the deep-bodied heifer that follows out in sixth. Again, congratulations.
Thank you, Judge Sloan. In the summer yearling class, entry 538 was seventh, 539 was fifth, 540 was second in the class, Brown Velvet and State Line Swiss with Hills Valley Prince Pointer. 541 was fourth, 542 was third, 543 was ninth, 544 was sixth, 545 was the winner of the class, Emma Britton with Altview Diego Eldora. And entry 546 was eighth. Now showing our spring yearling Brown Swiss heifers. In our spring yearling class for Brown Swiss show, second is entry 550, Sarah Bach with Foster's Puma Lexus Lollipop, and winning the class entry 549, Delbert and Heather Yoder with Brook Hollow, I Am Having Fun. Judge Sloan.
In our spring yearling class here, the heifer that starts the class, for me, she overwhelms the group with her depth to her rib. She starts over the heifer in second, on that depth to her forerib, the spring and openness to her rib, and she's also just a bit wider all the way back through that rump structure. The heifer in second, you really appreciate the straight lines of this heifer, the hard top that she has, and I'm giving her the advantage over the heifer in third on the hardness all the way through her chine and her loin, and I also feel she's just more upstanding through that front end, being especially fuller behind the crops than the heifer here in third. Third over fourth, the heifer, when you get behind them, she has so much more spring to her rib. She's wider in her rump structure, and she's also just fuller and deeper all the way through her heart than the heifer that follows out in fourth. And finally, fourth over fifth, the heifer that's just so much more feminine. She's sharper over her withers and chine. She's silkier and flatter through that thigh region, and she's also showing me a bit more cleanliness of bone all the way through her hock. But our final heifer here, a really complete, strong heifer, just want to give her a bit more refinement all the way through to work her up in the class.
Thank you, Judge Sloan. In our spring yearling class, 547 was third, 548 fourth, 549 was the winner of the class, Delbert and Heather Yoder with Brook Hollow, I Am Having Fun. 550 was second in the class, Sarah Bach with Foster's Puma Lexus Lollipop, and 551 was fifth. Now showing our winner yearling Brown Swiss. In our winter yearling class, entry 552 is second. Sarah and Clint Kitchen with Poolside Tea Frisky, and winning the class entry 555, Delbert and Heather Yoder with Brook Hollow FC Mischievous. Judge Sloan.
Well, a tremendous pair of heifers at the top of this class. For me today, I'm giving the edge to the heifer that starts the class on the spring to her rib and the width to her chest. When you get the first two heifers in the lineup, I just appreciate the width of the chest, the distance between the front legs on the first heifer, and she also has so much more spring and openness about that rib than the second place heifer. But not to take anything away from the second heifer, you love the flatness of bone of this heifer, the depth and openness of rib that she has as well, and the width to her rump structure. And it is that tremendous advantage that she has in the depth to her forerib, the depth to her flank, and the width to her rump that takes her over the heifer in third. Third over fourth, a heifer that's just made sharper all the way through. She's more crisp over her chine. She's silkier and flatter in that thigh region. And a heifer that I feel is just more open all the way through than the one in fourth. And then fourth over fifth, another pair of heifers that are kind of similar in their make, giving the edge to the one in fourth. I feel she just has a bit more levelness up through her tailhead, a bit more style about her rump structure than the one that follows out in fifth. Again, a quality group of heifers. Congratulations.
Thank you, Judge Sloan. Winner yearling class placings, entry 552 was second in the class. Sarah and Clint Kitchen with Poolside Tea Frisky. 553 was sixth. 554 was fifth. 555 was the winner of the class. Delbert and Heather Yoder with Brook Hollow FC Mischievous. Entry 556 was scratched. 557 was seventh. 558 was fourth, and 559 was third. Now showing our fall yearling brown Swiss heifers. in our fall yearling class of our Brown Swiss show. And second is entry 565, Ayers Family Farm with Top B3 Deluxe Fine Wine. And winning the class, entry 562, Lauren Lamoureux with Lorland Foremost Hansy. Judge Sloan.
In our senior yearling class, really well-made individuals all the way through. Majority are also in pretty quality condition, and majority are also pregnant, so commend the exhibitors as well on the extreme management there. The heifer that starts the class for me today, she does so on her style and balance. She's a heifer that just has so much dairiness and angularity. She's so sharp over her top and just so much cleanliness all the way through. She uses her advantage for me today primarily on her feet and legs to go over the heifer in second. I just prefer the way she has less set to her hock. She's more feminine all the way through the bone structure in that hock. And I also give her the advantage on the cleanliness all the way through, especially up through that neck and the chine area to go over the really big ribbed heifer in second. The second heifer, you have to appreciate the spring, the openness to her rib structure. When you get behind her, I do grant that she does have more spring and openness about that rib and width to her chest than the heifer that starts the class. Again, just want to clean her up a bit in her rear leg and the hock to get her over the heifer that starts. But the heifer in second over the one in third, it is on that extreme openness and spring to the rib. She is so much wider. She has more depth to her heart, depth back through that flank region, and there's just more length all the way through her frame than the younger heifer that follows in third. The third heifer, she's just a November heifer, but I still give her that advantage over the one in fourth on having more depth to her fore and rear rib. And then finally, fourth over fifth, a heifer again that just shows me more flatness all the way through her rump structure, especially in her tail head than the heifer here that follows out next. A great group all the way through. Congratulations.
Thank you, Judge Sloan. In your programs, there was a misplaced animal in the previous class. 529 was fifth in this one. 860 was third. 560 was third. 561 was sixth. 562 was the winner of the class, Lauren Lamoureux with Lorland Foremost Hansy. 563 was fourth, and 564 was seventh. And from the milking yearling class, wasn't fresh yet, 565 was second, Ayers Family Farm with Top B3 Deluxe Fine Wine. Now showing for junior champion of our Brown Swiss show. Showing for junior champion of our Brown Swiss show. From the spring calf class, first was Jeffrey Saltzman with Nap Timeout Oracle. And second was Claire Linden with KCL Foremost Sapphire. From the winter calf class, first was Delbert and Heather Yoder with Brook Hollow Iconic Honey. And second was Emma Britton with Blessing Garbrough F. Purity. From the fall calf class, first was Sheets, Liming, and Kishman with State Line KS Avocado. And second was Emma Britton with Alpha Creek Crazy Horse Hera. From the summer yearling class, first was Emma Britton with Alpview Diego Eldora. And second was Brown Velvet and State Line with Hills Valley Prince Pointer. From the spring yearling class, first was Delbert and Heather Yoder with Brook Hollow, I Am Having Fun. And second was Sarah Bach with Foster's Puma Lexus Lollipop. And from the winter yearling class, first was Delbert and Heather Yoder with Brook Hollow FC Mischievous. And second was Sarah and Clint Kitchen with Poolside Tea Frisky. And from the fall yearling class, first was Lauren Lamoureux with Lorland Foremost Hansy. And second was Ayers Family Farm with Top B3 Deluxe Fine Wine.
Well, before I name junior champion of the Brown Swiss Show, let's again show our appreciation for these exhibitors, the breeders, and those who prepared and presented these animals today. I feel the quality that we've seen this afternoon has been absolutely outstanding, and there's some heifers still over here on the side of the ring that I'm confident can go on and do some exceptional things at the next level. But I did pull out heifers here that I felt were my favorites within their respective classes. I started with our pair of winter calves. I followed with our fall heifer calf. I also pulled our pair of summer yearlings as well as our spring yearling. Hopefully, as you look at these heifers, you see ones that are consistently dairy, heifers that have exceptional dairy strength, and also ones that have beautiful feet and legs. At this time, I'll go out and congratulate your junior champion, reserve, and honorable mention in that order. And when I do, please give them a big round of applause. Well, for me today, for junior champion, I'm going to go with the summer yearling heifer. I think the longer they're out here, for me, this heifer just puts it all together with her dairiness, her femininity, her openness to her rib, and an extremely high-style heifer. For reserve, I'm going to follow with the winning winter calf and honorable mentions on the second place winter calf. The reserve heifer, one that you just love, the length to her frame, the width to her chest, the spring to her forerib, and the heifer that was second in class, just a beautiful high-style heifer as well. Again, congratulations to all the exhibitors on an outstanding Brown Swiss Heifer Show.
Thank you, Judge Sloan. Junior champion of your Brown Swiss Show goes to the summer yearling of Emma Britton, Outview Diego Eldora. Reserve junior champion is the winter calf of Delbert and Heather Yoder, Brook Hollow, Iconic Honey. An honorable mention to the second winter calf of Emma Britton, Blessing Garbrough F. Purity. Congratulations.
Well, we just have the one entry here in our junior best 3 females, but a entry that's certainly deserving of winning this. All 3 heifers were class winners and certainly consistent in their conformation with the dairiness, the openness, the flatness of bone all the way through. Congratulations.
Thank you, Judge Sloan. The Junior Best 3 Female Award goes to Delbert and Heather Yoder. Congratulations. We will now show our All-American Swiss Futurity. Showing in our All-American Swiss Futurity, leading off in the ring is entry 109, Riley Wilrath with Genlar Diego Worthy. Next in the ring is entry 107, Riley Wilrath with Onward Halano Vine. And next is entry 108, Acacia Swiss, Acacia Seaman Churro. Also for our All-American Swiss Futurity, entry 110, Ayers Family Farm, Edgeview and Sylvia. In our All-American Swiss Futurity, and second is entry 108, Acacia Swiss with Acacia Seaman-Churro, and winning the class entry 110, Ayers Family Farm with Edgeview and Sylvia. Judge Sloan.
Well, four very impressive cows here for your futurity class, but I do feel we have a logical winner that wins the class. Just a tremendous uddered cow to start your futurity. When you get behind this cow, she has so much width and fullness to that rear udder. She's got an exceptional udder shape with great capacity as well as great snugness to her attachments. She is just recently fresh, and I think you can see that as you look at her udder, but still giving her that advantage in the height and width to that rear udder to go over the cow in second. The second cow, a cow I really appreciate for her dairiness and her angularity. I think when you break her down compared to the cow in third, she has a bit more fullness to the top of her rear udder, and I'm also giving her the advantage in that style about her frame, just being so much sharper and cleaner in her bone quality and having more depth to her forerib and all the way through her barrel than that young cow that follows in third. The third cow, the youngest in the class, and just an extremely well-attached udder. I love the shape and bloom and capacity to the udder, especially the teat placement on this cow. And I'm giving her the advantage in the teat placement to go over the senior two that rounds out the class here, being especially more correct in the front teat placement, keeping them more centrally placed beneath her udder. And I also prefer the teat length on that cow over the one that follows out in fourth. Our fourth and final cow is one I certainly appreciate for the youthfulness to her udder, the shape of the udder, as well as the balance to her frame. Congratulations.
Thank you, Judge Sloan. In the All-American Swiss Futurity, entry 107 was third, 108 was second, Acacia Swiss with Acacia Seaman-Churro. Entry 109 was fourth, and 110 was the winner of the class, Ayers Family Farm with Edgeview and Sylvia. Now showing our summer junior 2-year-olds. In our summer junior 2-year-old class, in second place is entry 568, Cade Ziegler with Kingsway Famous Tootsie, and winning the class, entry 569, Kevin Mihalovich, R&R Diego Freedom. Judge Sloan.
Well, 4 very impressive young cows in this class, but the cow that starts the class, for me, she's a distinct winner because she wears the best udder. The first cow goes over the 1 and second on that height and fullness and width at the top of the rear udder, and she also just has so much more maturity and width all the way through her frame than the cow in second. The second cow is one I think will continue to mature extremely well. I love the balance, the style of this young cow. She just needs to keep maturing through this lactation and developing a bit more rib, a bit more capacity all the way through her frame and her udder to work her up for me today in this class. But second goes over third on that height to the rear udder. I think when you get them behind these 2 cows, she does have more climb to the top of that rear udder. She also has more length and extension to that fore udder, and it tacks just a bit more snugly into the body wall here than the cow that follows in third. Third over fourth, it's predominantly on her frame. She's just so much more dairy and angular, sharper, and has more depth all the way through than the cow that rounds out the group in fourth. But that fourth and final cow, again, I really appreciate the udder on this cow, an udder that's extremely well attached, and appreciate the teat placement and the udder cleft on her.
In our summer junior 2-year-old class, in your programs, 107 was fourth, 567 was third, 568 was second. Cade Ziegler with Kingsway Famous Tootsie, and 569 was the winner of the class, Kevin Mihalovich with R&R Diego Freedom. Now showing our junior 2-year-old brown Swiss cows. In the junior 2-year-old class for our Brown Swiss show, entry 571 is second, Megan McCoy with Edgeview K. Danica. And winning the class, entry 572, Burt Cam Balmer with Stein's Happy Collapse Admirer. Judge Sloan.
Well, 4 exceptional cows in this class, and the 2 cows at the top of the class are outstanding in their own right. 2 cows that are different, but it makes the class a bit close for me today. But I'm starting with the cow that I feel is the most youthful and the cow that I feel today wears the best udder. The first cow, I'm giving her the advantage in wearing her udder higher above her hock, and I also give her the advantage in her forudder. I just feel that it tacks in a bit more snugly into that body wall, and she's got a bit more length to the teat than the cow that follows here in second. But the second cow, what a rear udder. You love the width to that rear udder, the height to the rear udder, and the depth of rib on this cow as well. She uses that advantage that she has in the bloom to the rear udder, the height and width to the rear udder, as well as the depth all the way through her rib structure to place over the cow that follows out in third. Finally, third over fourth, another cow that I give her the edge on the height and width to that rear udder. She's a cow that's just had a bit more climb to that rear quarters, and she's also showing more spring about her rib than a more recently fresh cow that follows the group in fourth. But that fourth and final cow, one that you really love, the dairiness as well as the shape of her udder as well.
Thank you, Judge Sloan. In the junior 2-year-old class, entry 108 was fourth, 570 was third, 571 was second in the class, Megan McCoy with Edgeview K. Danica. And winning the class, entry 572, Burt Cam Balmer with Stein's Happy Collapse Admirer. Now showing our senior 2-year-old Brown Swiss cows. In our senior 2-year-old class, entry 576 is second, Burt Cam Balmer with Stein's Happy Collapse Lincoln. and winning the class entry 573, Delbert and Heather Yoder with Brook Hollow, MB Picture It. Judge Sloan.
In our senior 2-year-old class, a class that just lines up quite handily for me today. The cow that starts the class, she finds herself there easily for wearing the best udder. When you get behind the lineup, you can appreciate how much higher and wider that rear udder is today, given a more desirable stage of lactation as well compared to a few of the other cows. The first cow also just has so much more spring and openness about her rib. To go over the cow here in second. The second cow, an extremely balanced cow, when you appreciate the dairiness, the flatness of bone, and the height to that rear udder. A cow, again, that just needs another calf to get some of that bloom back to the rear udder to compete with the one at the top of the class today. But she does use her advantage in that depth to her rib, the openness to her rib, and the flatness to her bone to go over the cow in third. Also giving the advantage in the teat length, being a bit shorter in her teat than the third place cow. And finally, third over fourth, a cow that just has so much more bloom and milkiness about her udder than our fourth and final cow. But the fourth cow, another extremely balanced frame cow with a very flat bone quality all the way through.
Thank you, Judge Sloan. In your programs, 109 was third, 110 was scratched, 573 was the winner of the class. Delbert and Heather Yoder with Brook Hollow, MB Picture It. 574 was fourth, 575 was scratched, and 576 was second. Berkey and Balmer with Stein's Happy Collapse Lincoln. Now showing our junior 3-year-old Brown Swiss cows. Dairy feeder exhibitors for showmanship, we will be beginning promptly at 3 o'clock. You will enter through the center of Cooper Arena, and we will be showing to the east side of Cooper Arena. The Brown Swiss show will not be complete at that time, but we will begin showmanship promptly at 3 o'clock with whatever the first class is. In our junior 3-year-old class, entry 577, second, Kevin Mihalovich with R&R Kickstart Peanuts. And winning the class is entry 578, Kevin Mihalovich with R&R Foremost Evelyn. Judge Sloan.
Well, two outstanding cows in this class again, but the cow I'm starting with today, again, giving her the advantage on her udder. I think when you get behind these two cows, she has the edge in being a bit higher, wider, and fuller at the top of her rear quarters. I also feel she shows just a bit more desirable fullness at the bottom of those rear quarters. And I'm also giving her the edge on having a more desirable teat placement and stronger udder cleft. But again, not to take anything away from this second cow. What an extremely wide rear udder, well-attached udder, and a frame that's also extremely dairy. Two impressive cows. Congratulations.
Thank you, Judge Sloan. In the junior 3-year-old class, entry 577 was second, Kevin Mihalovich with R&R Kickstart Peanuts. Entry 578 was the winner of the class, Kevin Mihalovich with R&R Foremost Evelyn, and 579 was scratched. Now showing our senior 3-year-old Brown Swiss cows. In our senior 3-year-old class of our Brown Swiss show, second is 582 Top View with Kiss Powerball Treasure, and winning the class entry 580 Ridgeline Genetics with IE Knee High Dynamite Jagger. Judge Sloan.
Well, two very impressive cows, and both different cows, and you appreciate them both for different reasons. But the cow I'm starting with today, I'm going to give her the edge on her rear udder. She's a cow that when you get behind them, she just has so much more bloom and capacity to that rear udder, being fuller and higher and wider at the top of that rear udder. Additionally, she's a cow that's just crisper all the way through today, being more dairy and sharp over her withers and chine. She's wider through that rump structure, more prominent about her hooks and pins, and showing me more silkiness to her thigh. But that second cow, what an exceptionally balanced frame. I love the way she just has so much uniformity all the way through that frame, moves on a beautiful set of feet and legs, a cow you'd love to see fresh again with another calf. Congratulations.
Again, in our senior 3-year-old class, the winner was 580 Ridgeline Genetics, IE Knee High Dynamite Jagger. Entry 581 was scratched, and 582 was Top View with Kiss Powerball Treasure, now showing for intermediate champion of our Brown Swiss show. Showing for intermediate champion of our Swiss show from the All-American Swiss Fraternity. First was Ayers Family Farm with Edgeview and Sylvia. From the summer junior 2-year-old class, first was Kevin Mihalovich with R&R Diego Freedom. And second was Cade Ziegler with Kingsway Famous Tootsie. From the junior 2-year-old class, first was Bert Cam Balmer with Stein Happy's Collapse Admire. And second was Megan McCoy with Edgeview K. Danica. From the senior 2-year-old class, first was entry 573, Delbert and Heather Yoder with Brook Hollow MB Picture It. And second was Berkey Balmer with Stein's Happy Collapse Lincoln. And from the junior 3-year-old class, first was Kevin Mihalovich with R&R Foremost Evelyn. And second was Kevin Mihalovich with R&R Kickstart Peanuts. And from the senior 3-year-old class, first was Ridgeline Genetics with IE Knee High Dynamite Jagger, and second was Top View with Kiss Powerball Treasure. We have had our part of our Brown Swiss Junior raffle. The first winner is for an Ayers Ice Cream gift certificate. Eric Top. Congratulations to Eric. Winning a $50 PBS gift card is Wayne Flutterjarn. Please see the Queens for your prizes.
Well, please give a big round of applause to our exhibitors on just an outstanding young cow show here today. Well, just an incredible, incredible lineup of young cows. I started our lineup there with our first and second place junior 2-year-old cows. I also pulled out our senior 2-year-old as well as our winner from the junior 3 and senior 3-year-old classes respectively. At this time, I'm going to go out and congratulate your intermediate champion, reserve, and honorable mention in that order. And again, please receive them with a big round of applause once I do so. Well, again, just an outstanding lineup of cows with beautiful, beautiful udders on them when you get them out here. But for intermediate champion today, I'm going to go with this senior 2-year-old cow. When you see him out here on the lineup, she's just got an exceptional rear udder. It's extremely high, it's extremely wide, and just an extreme amount of dairiness and openness to the rib on this cow to go along with that exceptional udder. For reserve, it gets a bit closer for me, but I'm going to go with the young junior 2-year-old cow there at the front of the lineup. She's a young cow that just has an outstanding shape to her rear udder. I love the way the forudder blends in the body wall and just the extreme balance to her frame. Honorable mention's going to be on the junior 3-year-old cow, another cow that just has that exceptional width to her rear udder. She's got that great dairiness and angularity all the way through her frame, just giving the edge today on the balance and symmetry to the quarters here on the younger cow to go over her for honorable mention, but an outstanding young cow show. Again, let's give them a big round of applause.
Thank you, Judge Sloan. Intermediate champion of our Brown Swiss show is the winning senior 2-year-old of Delbert and Heather Yoder, Brook Hollow, MB Picture It. And reserve intermediate champion is the first place junior 2-year-old owned by Berkham Bomber, Steins Happy Collapse Admirer. An honorable mention to the junior 3-year-old owned by Kevin Mihalovich, R&R Foremost Evelyn. Now we will show our 4-year-old Brown Swiss cows. All right, dairy feeder exhibitors also, we are ready to begin our classes of showmanship. So beginners, please enter the ring. Beginner showmanship in the ring. So our next heat of juniors should be heading towards ringside. I'd like to introduce our judge for our dairy feeder showmanship today. Mr. Roger Hunker is honored to serve as judge for the dairy feeder calf showmanship at the Ohio State Fair. Roger resides in Bellevue, Ohio with his wife Lori. They are proud parents of daughters Megan and Sarah, son Austin, son-in-law Jake, and grandsons Aiden and Baker. Roger grew up on a diversified livestock farm in Tiffin, Ohio, raising dairy cattle, swine, and sheep. That foundation shaped a lifelong dedication to the livestock industry, one carried forward through the Hunker family's competitive exhibition of beef cattle, sheep, swine, and goats at the Ohio State Fair and at shows across the country. Roger is the owner of Breeders' World, BW Final Drive, and Phantom Halters. For more than 35 years, he's been an auctioneer conducting livestock, real estate, and personal property auctions nationwide. Roger looks forward to returning to the ring as auctioneer for returning to the ring tomorrow as auctioneer for Sale of Champions. Let's welcome our judge for our dairy feeder show, Mr. Roger Hunker.
In our 4-year-old class here, we just have the 2 entries. Both have had the same number of calves. But the cow that I'm starting the class with today, she wins on her advantage in her udder. She wears that udder higher above her hock. I also prefer the way that rear teats are just tucked more squarely beneath her quarters, and also prefer the teat placement, just having them more centrally placed than the cow here in second. Our second cow, you really appreciate the bloom to the rear udder on this cow as well, and also her dairiness to her frame.
In our brown Swiss 5-year-old, second place is Quiet Cove Garrison and Chilling with All Glow Rampage Prim. And winning the class is Top View PC with Alden's R. Presley.
In our 5-year-old class here, we have quite the cow to start the class. She's a cow with just an extreme frame. You'll love the width all the way through her chest, the dairy strength that she has. And when you get behind her, she's got the udder to match that. She has so much width to that rear udder, just beautiful fullness to her fore udder. Love the way that fore udder blends into the body wall as well. The cow in second's another outstanding, extremely balanced cow as well. The first cow, there's just so much more of her. She's more extreme in her frame, more extreme in that width to her udder. But that second cow, again, the balance is exceptional. I love the blending of parts and just an extremely quality shape to her udder. She uses that shape to her udder to go over the cow in third, being especially higher, wider, and fuller at the top of her rear quarters, and also showing a bit more just balance and symmetry all the way through her frame in the way that she blends from part to part. But our third and final cow, one you really appreciate for the dairy openness to her rib.
Placings in that 5-year-old class were 585 second, Quiet Cove, Schilling, and Garrison. 586 was the winning entry from Top View PC, Alden's R. Presley, and 587 was third.
Check, check. Folks watching the feeder calves, let's give this first group a round of applause. Great job to all these guys. And thank you guys for that enthusiasm. At our county fair, I have to tell them twice to do that loud, so I appreciate it. These guys did a great job, and appreciate them coming to Columbus to show us their projects, and just a really good set. The kids down in the last few spots are not placed. We only needed to place 5. And so I talked those 5 a little bit, and I talked with everybody a little bit as to what they needed to fix to keep themselves out here. But I'm going to start with the gal right here in front of me. I believe that she had this calf set. She had this calf set virtually every time that needed to be the way I want them to be. I want those front feet square. I want the back feet offset. And most of the time, she was able to walk right into it, and really, really appreciate that. She does a great job keeping that head up, and really, really good place to start. I think it got close on second, but I'm going to go with the young man here in the purple shirt. I love the intensity that he brings, and with him showing and then stepping off. Great job, bud. A couple times we didn't get those feet quite set where we needed them to be, but once he got them set, got that head up, and got his arm extended, really showed that calf off great. This gal's really close as well to him. Just a couple times we didn't have feet set quite where we needed them to be, but most of the time she got it where we needed to. You got him great right now, and just love the intensity that you have as well, and getting his head up and doing a great job. The gal in fourth, we talked a little bit about hers. Once he got up into this spot, he wanted to dance around on her just a little bit. A couple times feet weren't quite where we needed them to be, but again, just a good job in keeping that calf up and going, and doing the best that she can to get him set. And then our young lady in fifth, she too does a really nice job. We just have to make sure we get that feet placement every time, and keep his head up, and get him presented the best that we can. But everybody did a great job in this class. Again, let's give them a round of applause as they walk out.
Thank you. Junior showmen who just left the ring, please head to the backdrop. The top 5 junior showmen with your banners and show sticks for photos. Top 5 junior showmen with your banners and show sticks. Back to the brown Swiss ring. In second in our age cow class is entry 589 for Ava Lammers with Lawson Stretch Tilly. And winning the class, number 591, Kevin Mahalovic with RNR Cliff Camilla. Judge Sloan, your reasons.
Well, this is quite the group of age cows that we have out here. Let's give a big round of applause for our exhibitors with this great group of cows. The cow that starts the class, though, she does so quite handily for me today. She's a 7-year-old cow with 5 calves. And when you get behind this cow, she certainly wears the best udder in the class. It's high, it's wide, and when you get behind her, her teats are just in a desirable placement as well underneath that udder. And today she uses that advantage in the width and the height to her rear udder to go over the cow in second. The second cow, another outstanding dairy frame cow, another cow that's had 5 calves, and I'm going to give her the advantage as well in her rear udder height to go over the cow that follows here in third. The second cow also one that's just a bit crisper and more angular all the way through, being especially more upstanding through that chine area, a bit more feminine through the thigh than the cow that follows out here in third place. Third place cow, another one that's had 5 calves, another extremely youthful udder, giving her the advantage today. And just the shape of the fore and rear quarters, I just prefer the balance and symmetry in the quartering, and she also has a bit more lift and climb to the top of those rear quarters, and she's more level all the way through that top line than the cow that follows out next. And then finally, fourth over fifth, another cow that just shows more bloom to her rear udder. Another cow that just has that expansive rib structure to go over the more youthful cow that comes out next. Congratulations.
Thank you, Judge Sloan. There were 5 aged cows. Entry 437 was third, 588 was fourth, 589 was our second place cow for Ava Lammers with Lowson Stretch Tilly. 590 was fifth. 591 was our winning entry, RNR Cliff Camilla, exhibited by Kevin Mahalovic, and entry 592 and 593 were both scratched. Now in the Brown Swiss ring, we are showing for senior champion with our first and second place cows from our mature cow classes. They include the first 4-year-old, entry 583 for Bomber Berkey, Happy Hour Juke Fairy Tale. Second 4-year-old, entry 584 for Maggie Ronbucker with Lowson Speed Divine NP. Our first 5-year-old was from Top View PC, Alden's All Presley. And second was entry 585 from Quiet Cove, Garrison, and Schilling. She was All Glow Rampage Prim ETV. And from our age cow class, the first age cow was entry 591 for Kevin Mahalovic, which RNR Cliff Camilla. And second, 589 for Ava Lammers, Lowson Stretch Tilly. These are your contenders for senior champion. Attention in the barns, the top 5 beginner showmen, please report to the backdrop with your banners and show sticks. We are waiting to take a picture. Beginner showmen with your banners and show sticks to the backdrop, please. The Brown Swiss Youth Raffle, they have selected their winners. The $100 Walnut Hills gift certificate is won by Savannah Brock. And the 2 New Generation Seaman certificates was won by Sonia Walker. So if Savannah Brock and Sonia Walker could report to the clerk's table and see the Brown Swiss royalty for their prizes, that would be great. That was for the Brown Swiss Youth Raffle.
Well, again, we brought back our top cows out here for senior champion of the Brown Swiss show. And again, please give a big round of applause to these exhibitors. It's been quite the show with outstanding cows out here. And again, my appreciation for the animals that I did dismiss, but I did go ahead and leave 4 of the cows that I felt were the best out here, starting with our winner from the 4-year-old class as well as the 5-year-old class, followed by our ones we recently saw from the age cow class with our 1st and 2nd place winners. At this time, I'll congratulate your senior champion, reserve, and honorable mention in that order, and then I'll give some comments on the placing. Well, again, we've got some tremendous, tremendous cows out here, and I think it gets closer when you get them out on the side and when you look behind them. But for me today, the 5-year-old cow, she just puts it all together with her rear udder height as well as the balance all the way through her frame. I feel when you get beside him here, the 5-year-old just has a bit more lift at the top of the rear udder go over the age cow, also being just a bit cleaner in the bone quality all the way through her hock than what we have on the age cow today. But that age cow, what an outstanding frame and beautiful udder for having 5 calves. You love the height to the rear udder, the snugness to the fore udder attachments, and the angularity on her frame. And again, honorable mention will be on the 2nd place age cow, the one that stood 2nd to her in class, another cow with a tremendous dairy frame, beautiful udder as well. Congratulations again to all the Brown Swiss exhibitors.
The senior champion was the winning 5-year-old from Top View PC. She was Alden's R. Presley. Reserve senior champion went to the winning aged cow, exhibited by Kevin Mihalovich, RNR Cliff Camilla, and honorable mention to Ava Lammers with Lawson Stretch Tilly.
In our beginner showmanship of our dairy feeder show, placings in that class: 5th was Zoe Bard, 4th was Collins Robinson, 3rd was Sadie Sattler, 2nd was Cooper Call, and winning the beginner class was Jesse Snyder. Congratulations to our beginners.
Now in the Brown Swiss ring is the selection of grand champion. Our intermediate champion was the senior 2-year-old, exhibited by Delbert and Heather Yoder. She's Brook Hollow, MB, Picture It, ET. The reserve intermediate champion was exhibited by Bomber Berkey, Steins Happy, Collapse, Admire. Our senior champion is our 5-year-old. Top View PC was the exhibitor, and her name was Alden's R. Presley. The reserve senior champion was RNR Cliff Camilla, and she was exhibited by Kevin Mihalovich.
Well, before I name grand champion, I first want to just say a big thanks to everyone at the Ohio State Fair for putting on an outstanding show. I know there's a lot of work that goes behind the scenes, and I just think we should show our appreciation for everyone who's played a part in putting this show together and making things run smoothly today and through the entire set of the last couple weeks is my understanding. So please give them a big round of applause. And again, congratulations to the breeders and exhibitors. I've always had the utmost respect for the people that are behind the shows here and those who are breeding and exhibiting outstanding cattle in the brown Swiss breed in Ohio. And I think the quality that we've seen today certainly exemplifies that. For Grand Champion today, we've gone ahead and brought back out our intermediate champions as well as our senior champions. And before I congratulate your Grand Champion cow again, please give a big round of applause to these exhibitors. They've worked hard, the cows look the part. And with that, I'll congratulate your champions. For Grand Champion of the show and Reserve, I'm going to stick with that pair of senior champions, the 5-year-old as well as following with Reserve on the age cow. This 5-year-old cow, she just overwhelms this show today. She's got the rear udder height, the width, and just a beautiful dairy frame with so much dairy strength to go along with that. Your Reserve Champion cow, a cow with 5 calves, just an amazing rear udder with an exceptional fore-udder attachment and beautiful dairy frame. Honorable mention's going to be on that 3-year-old cow, senior 2-year-old cow, our intermediate champion, young cow that just has a beautiful rear udder, so much height and width. Just want to give her the opportunity to have a few more calves to have her chance in the middle of the ring, but I'm confident it'll be out here one day. Again, congratulations again to our Brown Swiss exhibitors.
Thank you, Judge Sloan. Alden's R. Presley was our grand champion, exhibited by Top View PC. Our reserve grand champion went to RNR Cliff Camilla, exhibited by Kevin Mahalovic, and honorable mention grand champion went to our intermediate champion, exhibited by Delbert and Heather Yoder. She's Brook Hollow, MB, Picture It, ET. We'll have photos of our grand champions, followed by our group classes. So please bring your group classes to ringside. We'll have Dam and Daughter, Produce of Dam, Best 3, and Dairy Herd.
I'll give a couple comments on these 2 heats before we get into the drive. We kept a couple out of that first group and these guys here, so we'll bring all those together right now, and we'll show off to get the placings for this age group. Those other couple that we excused, I did talk with them as talking about feet placement, head placement, just to make sure that they're getting that where we need to be all the time. So I think at this point we're ready for that other group to come back in.
We currently have Dam and Daughter in the ring. If you have a produce of Dam or best three females, please have them to ringside.
He ran off with it.
He took the mic, so you can use this one.
Well, for Dam and Daughter, we just have the one entry, but just that impressive age cow here with a heifer that just has that consistent dairy cut, correctness all the way through, and beautiful feet and legs on both of them. Congratulations.
Our winning Dam and Daughter went to Bomber and Berkey. We'll have Produce of Dam in the ring next. At this time, we have tabulated the results of Premier Breeder and Exhibitor. Premier Exhibitor is Bomber and Berkey. And Premier Breeder goes to R&R Swiss, Kevin Mihalovich. Congratulations. As we are working through our group classes, at this time I'd like to announce the class sponsors for our Brown Swiss show today. Earl Bursick family, Twin Gate Farm, Matt Gruby, Hempstead Swiss, Megan Hempfling, Bruce Keener, Akia Swiss, Dr. Chris Kime, La Rainbow Farms, Brown Velvet Swiss, Kinder K Swiss, Primo Cattle, Fox Trail Farm, Open Road Farm, Big Star Farm, Silverview Farm, Smith Lane Farm, Kiss Swiss, and Boggs Family Alpha Creek Farm.
We just had the two entries here for Produce the Dam. I'm going to start with the pair that had our winning 4-year-old cow. It is close. I think both of them have a great cow with an impressive heifer in the pair, just giving the edge to the one with the cow that I think had a bit more maturity and was out there in our lineup for the champions.
Results of our Produce of Dam, first to Berkey Bomber and second to Berkey Bomber. We now will have the best three females. We have 2 entries in our best three females class.
And we have the 2 entries in our senior best 3 females. It is, again, really close. I think exceptional entries, ones the exhibitors and breeders should be very proud of. I'm going to start with the group there, though, that's anchored by our reserve grand champion cow, giving them the edge on just having a bit more consistency in the higher placings, but outstanding entries with great uniformity within each group.
Placings in our best 3 females. First, R&R Swiss, Kevin Mahalovic, and second to Bomber Berkey. The next class in the ring will be our dairy herd. We have some additional announcements from our Brown Swift Youth Raffle. The Ariat gift certificate goes to Wendy Bowl, the Wendy Bach. The ovum pickup for IVF goes to Emily Wilrath, and the OSU tickets go to Lauren Almasy. Congratulations to all winners. Please come see the royalty at the clerk's desk to pick up your prizes.
And in our final class here, we had the 1 entry in our dairy herd. Again, outstanding cows within this entry. Big compliments again to all the breeders and exhibitors on a great Brown Swiss show today. Congratulations.
In our final class of the day, dairy herd, first place goes to Bomber Berkey. At this time, we'd like to thank our judge, Molly Sloan, and the ring staff for our successful show today, and we'll see you at next year's fair.